Good morning, friends.
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Good morning. Okay, friends, we'll continue our learning. So, yesterday we have understood uh, some architecture of some performance analysis tools, and we have understood with the what features these tools have to be provided. They have to provide us so that we can collect the data with information. Important thing, collect the data. Yesterday, I think we discussed about 4 points. Right? So you note this, JMeter is a tool or any tool which can generate load. Means on our system, on our servers, we should be able to simulate more number of users. We have seen that here. We have added some login activities. Okay, it is a simple controller. So we have added one request. This represents the activity. Understand this. This sampler, JMeter calls this as a sampler. In LoadRunner, we call this as an event between a client and the server. For your action, actually, like what you are doing here is submitting some www dot some wrong goggle.com.
Sorry to interrupt, but if you are sharing your screen, we are not able to see.
I think I have not yet started sharing. 1 minute, I'll do that. Please check. It's okay. Visible?
Yep.
Yeah. So yesterday we created one script, JMeter script. So here we have understood we can divide our test plan into multiple groups. So we can group different activities in different groups and we can give different names. So by right clicking on these elements, this is an element, test plan is an element. On that we can add other JMeter elements. Yesterday we have used a threads group. In that we have added a sampler. There are many samplers. We have added one HTTP request. So HTTP request represents your activity over the HTTP protocol. So your request which you send, it will go to a server which listens on the HTTP protocol. So it can understand the request which it receives with HTTP protocol. So you have to update yourself the HTTP protocol. I'll give some inputs here and there. Yesterday, I told you that it is a text transfer protocol. It was designed, we have discussed about the history in early 90s, how when the existing networks, they wanted to connect, and to connect, they wanted to have, they have to come up with a technique without disturbing those networks. So they have chosen the characters of text. So with that text only, they have to do whatever communication, whatever information they have to send over the network. Process, you can access the functionalities of the server. So server basically provides the functionalities. To utilize the functionalities, you have to communicate with that server technology. To communicate with the server technology will provide you with some set of rules and APIs. APIs defines the rules. So from some client process, you will communicate with the technology. You will process the data, you will get some data. So basically everything is data. And we all know data is now represented in the form of text, in the form of numbers, numericals. So our script, which we have created with JMeter, it represented the activity between a HTTP client. See, HTTP client. If you say database client, means it communicates with some technology which supports the database protocol. So we have used one HTTP request. That request will go to some server. That server should be supporting the HTTP protocol. So here we have chosen one HTTP is the protocol. Yesterday you might not have observed this. See, now I am specifying the protocol of the web server. It can be HTTP, it can be HTTPS, it can be file. If you want to fetch a file, if it is supporting file transfer protocol, FTP, you have to specify here FTP, right? And you have to provide the server name or IP address. I have provided a server name and the protocol. Because I have given the name, this will be resolved with some DNS server. If I give IP address of this Google, I have to specify the port number, because this server program which is on that machine will have an IP address. On that machine, there can be many processes running. So each process will have one port. That port we have to specify. Understand? Every process running on a machine should have a port. It is like IP address is the street address where you reside, and port number can be your to your house. They have to be given your number, port number. So their journey will end at your door. That is the port. So they come onto the street. If we request to an IP address, we will go to the street. In that street, there will be many houses. In that, on that IP address machine, there can be many processes running. Each process will have a port. So when we send a request, we will assign IP address and port. So our data will be transferred to that IP address and port. That is IP Internet Protocol. You understand here, that is internet protocol. See, we were discussing about some we discussed about HTTP protocol. So now suddenly I jumped to IP protocol. This is a network protocol. So this has defined the rules of addressing and reaching. So IP address. Okay. So they will be routed. Your
Sorry
message
to
will.
interrupt, but I think your voice is getting cut in between.
1 minute. I just might be an internet issue. I just check it. Okay, only. Let us see. Now it's okay now. I've not done
Yep.
anything.
But after every 5 minutes, we are lost.
Yeah, it is happening like that.
Yeah.
I have to reconnect it. Still you are getting the breaks like this?
Yes.
Yes, in between.
1 minute. I reconnect it. Hello? I reconnected. Let us see. Hello? I'm audible now?
Yep. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Hmm. So this is a protocol. This is a network protocol. Means some set of rules to address what these first 3 digits and second digits. If we use the subnet masking, where we go, how we go, these are all be done by the routers who understand the protocol of
I
addressing.
think you're not sharing this. Sharing the
Still
screen.
it is a problem.
No, no, your screen is not shared.
Oh, sorry. I'm audible, right?
Yeah, like that you're audible, but in between, whenever you're speaking, it is just chopping off few words.
Still Now also?
No, not after reconnect. If something happens,
Okay.
we'll let you know.
Okay. Okay. Now, so on this machine, say there is a network. So why I'm explaining this is because now we are going to learn how to record using a proxy. So you have to understand those settings. So this is a network. See, this is all machines are connected. Say machine 1, machine 2, and again some other machine somewhere. So this is the network. So each node will have one IP address. Imagine this is a street, these are houses. So once you enter into the IP address, there can be many processes. In our analogy of street, these are many houses. So you have to get the number of that house, number of the house. Here in our case, it is port. So on a machine, there will be many processes running on a machine. So process 1, process 2, process 3. So this process can be a SQL server. This can be our web server. This can be our file server. This can be another web server. So on this machine, say 4 server programs are running. So this is also one web server. This is also one web server. Same, it can be a Tomcat server. This also can be Tomcat server. But they are differentiated with the port number. So this will listen to port. All the packets which enter, say if this is configured to listen to 1080, each packet which is having 1080 will be sent, or this will listen to that port. We use that word. This process is listening to that port. This process is configured to listen to that port. So this will be configured to listen to 190. This will be configured to listen, say 4333, like this. So, so the data which just enters, it will be flowing, all the packets. For this packetting software, what is the packetting protocol? I told you IP is the network protocol. What is the packetting protocol? There is another protocol which we combine with IP. Can anybody tell this? What is the other protocol which we combine?
TCP?
Transmission control protocol.
TCP. What this will do? This is a packetting protocol. TCP is a packetting protocol. This packetting protocol plus this addressing protocol. So all these packets, it will packet like this. What is the start bit? What is the IP address? I just don't remember exactly the sequence. So IP address and port. So your data and endpoint, end. So these are the packets of different size. They can be of 512 size or something like this. These packets will be placed on the network. They all will be flowing. So once there is the IP address, that packet will enter. Using the port, that packet will enter. And the sequence will be created by some other protocol in this TCP IP, the packet sequence. So that packet will be constructed because this is a stateful protocol. Means the person who receives the packet, he can read from where he received. So if there is any packet loss, or they will be having many techniques of checking whether what the packet sent and whether the packets received are same. They will be having some cyclic redundancy checks, or so they use some odd odd packets, right? If this is even, they will add one and make it odd. If it is odd, they will send it. Something, some protocol, some understanding will be there so that we can understand whether we have received the right packet or not. So basically, this is a packaging protocol. Means you might have changed your house. So you will call some Agarwal packers or somebody. So if there is a big cart or something, what they do to transport, they cannot use that big thing. So they dismantle it. They will not break it. Breaking is different. Dismantling is different. Means they deassemble and assemble. They will have some numbering on it. Which packet should be assembled with which other packet. So they dismantle all our things and they will send through different vehicles, big articles through lorries and small through small trucks. And even if they can carry screws or something, they will carry on their bikes. So they will have a protocol to dismantle the things and pack it and send to an address and reassemble there. Same, TCP is a packaging protocol. Okay, we are not discussing about TCP. So, so TCP with IP will help us in communicating with another machine on the network. This is one thing. Now, over this TCP IP, I can send file packets, I can send database related things, many things. Another is text. Text also I can send using HTTP protocol. So using this TCP IP can packet anything. It can packet video, it can packet audio, it can packet text, it can packet anything. Anything it can packet. It will not differentiate. Like our Agarwal packers will not differentiate between the things. He will not say that this is an old thing, old article. I will not transport this. He should not tell that. He should transfer all the articles from this house to another new house. Okay. So this is server level protocol or application level protocol, right? These are network level protocols. Okay, I think you got some idea. Now, here we have used the protocol. This S means secure protocol. It uses encryptions, SSH encryptions, right? See, everything is important, security related, because we are thinking about performance. Whatever activity, whether it is encoding or decoding, compressing, decompressing, everything is an activity. Every activity needs some resources to perform that activity. So depending on the complexity of the activity, that activity consumes some amount of resources. And that activity consumes different types of resources, like CPU resources, memory resources, network resources, different types of resources. You should be able to classify, understand different resources. These are at the low level. Again, if you go to the application, business level resources allocation will be there. For some temporary data, we allocate some memory. Of course, at the low level, it is memory, CPU, network only. But at the application level, we talk differently. We create multiple threads. We create multiple processes. We store some temporary variables. We store some configuring things. All this from the business point of view of the server technology or application, they are again the representation of the resource utilization. Representation of the resource utilization. See, let us note this point also. Representation of resource utilization by the program or application or server. This is called sometimes as metrics or counters. So database counters, Tomcat counters, JVM counters, network counters or metrics. Okay, we use the word interchangeably. So for monitoring purpose, there are many monitoring softwares. One is nowadays we are using Prometheus, Dynatrace, AppDynamics. To visualize this data which we collect, most of the time this is time series data. This can be visualized using applications like Grafana. It will give you beautiful graphs. We will discuss about these graphs after collecting the data for analysis. So using the graphs, we will have different types of graphs. We can analyze these graphs. We can process these graphs. We can merge these graphs, tile these graphs. We can correlate these graphs. Okay, so these are the facilities. But this metrics will be affected by the load. Load is nothing but activity. We are learning JMeter to create the load. We are using JMeter to create the load on the system, and that our system comprises of different technologies. So if JMeter supports those technologies, we have learned yesterday, it supports almost all open source technologies. But if there are any vendor supported or specific other customized protocols, you have to look for some third party add-ins for JMeter. Or if that also is not available, then you have to buy a tool like JLoadRunner, or you have to check the cheaper tools. I don't know, you are yesterday referring to Mabel. You have to check whether it is supporting all the tools, because they are charging you, right? Or if the Mabel is only a cloud environment where you can run the load, then again you have to go to the LoadRunner, because I didn't thought I didn't understood Mabel as a load generation tool. I just, by looking at that page, I understood that as a like environment where you can run the users and collect the data like browser stack. Okay, we'll see. Now, yesterday we have created this script. How we did this? We have added into the test plan a group. So we want to group it. Into that group, we have added some users, threads, because this is Java application. Earlier they used to use the word threads. Later they added users because they followed LoadRunner, because LoadRunner was more widely used at that time. So this JMeter was under development. So they most of the times followed the features of LoadRunner. Okay, so number of threads, this is users. There in LoadRunner we call them as virtual users. And why to ramp up? What is this loop count? We will discuss. Why we have to specify whether the user is same for each iteration or different user on each iteration. Why we have to delay? We will discuss all these things today, right? When error comes, why we have to continue? But normally when error comes, we have to break from the testing point of view. Why we have to continue? Okay, so these things we have to understand. But before that, let us understand how JMeter help us in creating the scripts. Now we have added one request. Protocol we have selected. Server name we have selected. Request we have selected. Get request. And path to that page also we have selected. And after that, we added one listener to see like what happened while running the script. And don't because okay. So this is what we have added yesterday. And there is another group. I enable this. We named this as a Pune group. I expand this. See, yesterday you might not have observed something, so I am repeating this. See, this is a dotted line. Test plan level, very important. We have when we understand the scope and the hierarchy of execution of these elements, you have to understand, you have to look for this dotted line only. So this group's childs are this, and this group's childs are this. See, this user, something I have added, user defined variables. So this is at the test plan level. And this view results test plan is also at the test plan level. And this, we expand this. So here, some things I have added. This is at the Pune group level. See, dotted lines, right? So what is this? This is controller. You remember these icons, right? Otherwise, you have to click and read here what is that, right? This is some listener. Okay. And what is this? See, we see this icon, small icons, but you can remember. So this is again a controller. Inside these, I have added one request. Under that, I added one header manager. We will be learning these things today. Okay. Now, I will take a new. Just explore yourself on your yesterday you have created. If not, we will create now. I will take another one now, right?
I have a question here.
Yes, yes.
So this view results test plan, the last one, this is at the test plan, right? So this is going to have a results for Hyderabad login page and the Pune, both the group, is that?
Yes, yes.
And then again we are having one more view results Pune under the Pune group. So that is
That
also
gives
going to have same results
only
just
Pune,
only for
Pune
Pune.
related data it will give. Pune related activities it will monitor.
So if we have 10 groups under the test plan and the one consolidated result, if you want to see, we should go on the view results test plan, right?
At what level you want to view the activity? At the group level or for your all multiple groups? Got it?
Yeah. So yeah, I got it. So the last one, which is at the test plan, that is the
It's a
consolidated
dotted
for all
line.
groups.
That is why I'm showing you the dotted line. This is at the, because here no information is there. This item is at the test plan level. Only your naming convention should help you. Or you have to see at the dotted line. So JMeter is not providing, when I click on this, it is not giving you any information that this is at the test plan level. That you have to manage by giving a proper name or manually observing this. Basically, this name and the comments will help you. Okay, see, by looking at this, by looking at the script, unless until I see this icon or click on this, I cannot tell what that element is. Here there is no information except for this, because this is designed in a graphical way. Like you will create the scripts using this graphical representation of the elements. So give a proper name. You see, I have written Pune group. If I write Pune here, I will not understand what is that, right? And also here in this case, I have added one HTTP request. I can change this. You give some name, descriptive name and comments here. But this, you see this pillar icon, ink pillar, that is a sampler. You can see here spanner, screwdriver. This is a configuration element. This is config element. Here is that comes under config element. This is HTTP header manager. So get attain that easiness with the user interface of JMeter. Okay. Now I will create one new. Let us do this. We follow this now. See, when I start JMeter, this is the default interface. By default, we are in the test plan. So all the elements we do by right clicking on this. So before creating the test plan, you have to design the scenario. Means what activity this test plan has to represent. Plus what type of control you want to have on that activity. You might get a question, why I have to control the activity. Our objective is we want to collect the data with right information in that. What is that right information? That will be defined by your objective. See, let us imagine that already we are doing performance since many months. So yesterday we found that there were some problems with some functionality. Say some customer creation between 2 o'clock and 2:30 p.m. is taking more time than expected. So instead of happening in 2 seconds for simultaneous 25 users, it is taking 5 seconds. That was the ticket raised. Now you got an idea now. The functionality is a customer creation. What is the load test objective, testing objective? It should happen in 2 seconds. What is measured? It is happening in 5 seconds. Right. Now you have to test it. Say somebody reported, you have to test it. So that testing comes under load testing. Someone told that between 2:30 and 3:30. But the 2:30 and 3:30 has passed now. Now we were somewhere in the morning, next day morning. But we want to simulate that 2:30, 3 o'clock scenario. So from the past history, we can understand what general activity happens on the system between 2:30 p.m. and 3 p.m. So we would like to simulate. So with that understanding from the history, you will know, okay, some logout activities will be happening, some database activities happening, right? Some other deletions or some updating to the database. So you will identify all these activities. Now, if you have understanding of your application's business, you will zero in on those activities which generally affects the customer creation activity. This is hypothesis. Some hypothesis, some with your experience you identify customer creation activity will be affected by login activity, logout activity, and something like inserting activities into the database. So now you would like to check which are those 3 or 4 activities is affecting your customer creation activity. So now you create different groups. You will have a test plan. So in the test plan, you need login activity. You need logout activity. You need data insertion activities, some data updation activities. And now you will be having another group of customer creation. So you want to analyze your customer creation activity. When login is happening, when only logout is happening, when only some other insertion is happening. So you will identify how that login is affecting. How you will identify time taken for that activity. What actually at the low level your purpose is the resources which the customer creation activity requires is consumed by some other activity which is running parallelly. So I want to find that other parallel activity which is running normally in the scenario between 2:30 and 3 or 3 p.m. I will just try to find that activity which is affecting me. So how I do that? I will run parallelly login activity and my customer creation activity. I will increase the load of login activity. I will add more number of users, more number of users, more number of users. This is controlling the activity. In LoadRunner, we have the facility of when the script is running, dynamically I can add the users. But in JMeter, that facility is not there. Once you start the test plan, you cannot dynamically add the users or remove the users. For this purpose, we have a controller. So in the controller, when one script is running, I can add multiple scripts also. I can add multiple users also. To the existing script, I can add more users, or I can stop the users, pause the users. That facility is there in controller, in the LoadRunner controller. That much flexibility is not there with JMeter. Okay, so we will collect the data, analyze, and then we run again another test plan. We will see that. So basically what you have to understand here is you have to understand the scenario which you have to create and what type of control you want to have, because when your customer creation activity is running, you would like to check whether that is affected by login, logout, updations, or in combination. When login and logout are both running, how your customer creation is getting affected. If you find that, if you see that when more number of login activities are happening, if there is a degradation in the performance of customer creation, then you can hypothesize that some resource, because you are a tester now, you can say only some resource. What is that resource? That zeroing in on that resource, your architect or developer can zero in on that. We can say, okay, some resource which is common between login, logout, and your customer creation. There is something which login, logout is consuming, which customer creation activity requires. This is what you will find, and you report it. There ends your job. That analysis part, your developers or system architects, some other stakeholders who are responsible in improving the performance, they will work on it. They may do some changes or configuration changes or code changes. They will come back to you again after 2 or 3 hours. They'll say, now run the same script, because they have updated something there. They have modified, or something like infrastructure guy, he might have changed some configuration allocations or something. He might have fine-tuned the resources. So you have to again run the script and check whether their changes to the system having any effect on your activity. This is the idea. So with that idea, you have to create the test plan. So we'll see that same. I will create just a dummy this thing. I will add. I want to add now groups. I want to divide and control, right? So I will add a thread group. I will add another thread group. I will add another thread group. I'll name this as login group. I name this as logout group. I name this as customer creation group. Okay, 4 groups, 3 groups. Now, from this group, I have to collect the time taken for customer creation. Okay, so I'll not change anything here. HTTP something please demo.com, some page will be there, right? And if normally customer creation may require some data, so I may create a post method. I will add the parameters, but I'm not doing that now. So just simply I will add this. Let us imagine this is a customer creation request. Okay. Now in this, let us add another sampler. So what we are learning now, how to create a test plan for some objective. What was our objective? Load testing objective. Somebody told us that some activity is affecting our customer creation. We want to make sure which activity is affecting, because we have imagined, we know from the history, the scenario between 2:30 and 3 p.m. I am trying to reconstruct the scenario and check and find which activity is affecting. But before this, I want to make sure whether really customer creation is taking time. For that, what I have to do, if it is 2:30 and 3 p.m., already the scenario will be there running on our systems. So simply I run some users, some 10 users, 20 users, 30 users, and I measure the time taken for customer creation activity. So what we are creating here, now I'll do one thing. I add one. Yesterday we added insert a parent. There is another method, insert a parent. I will add one simple controller. So this simple controller will not have only one request. It will have many requests. If you know the sequence, you can add it one by one. You can add, right click and add another request, another request. Understand this. We are going to learn some more things later. So manually I can add. If you know, manually, if you know what data has to be submitted for get, post, you can add it here. You can parameterize also, right? Like this, you will create for login group, logout group. Then you will choose for this how many users, or I will disable this. See, I'll disable. I will assign this to 10 users. I will put whole of this into a transaction controller. Insert parent, a transaction controller. I'll name this as create cust transaction. Now I'll add one listener. I'll run this. Of course, I schedule this 10 users. I'll explain you ramp ups, counts and all. Now 10 users will run once, but you would like to collect the data from 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. So if you run 10 users, it may finish in 2-3 seconds. But you have to sample, I'm using the word, stressing this. You have to sample the resources utilization effect on your activity. So you would like to run for 15-20 minutes. So you would like to have a count of 100. Okay, or I can specify you run for, okay, some 1,000 seconds. So irrespective of looping counts, these 10 users run for 1,000 seconds. Almost 10 minutes or 15, 18 minutes. During that, why we have to run more number of users and for the period? One thing is, one idea is to sample the effect of resources utilization or resource availability during that period. So to sample that, I have to collect the data over a period of time between 2:30 and 3:30. So I have to go in the loops, or I have to collect more number of instances of the data. And another reason is statistics. So we have to use statistics, and we will use statistics techniques to analyze our data. So we'll take the average. We have to arrive at a standard deviation, variances, distribution, how it is happening, like standard distribution, Bernoulli's distribution, Poisson distribution. Statisticians will have many techniques of understanding how the values are grouped. Sometimes over the period of 30 minutes, most of the delays might be happening at 2:45 p.m. From 2:45 p.m. and 2:50, between this time, there might be more delay. And another delay might be somewhere. This is distribution, the data collection distribution. So you will understand what really happened between 2:45 and 2:50. That is the analysis. We'll discuss. I'm diverting towards the analysis part. Let us first understand how to create the script. So you understood. Here you can insert a parent. So what is the parent? This is a transaction controller, means it measures the time taken for that activity. Now, under this simple controller, yesterday you have understood simple controller is only to group. We have other controllers. We will be learning all these things. If, while, loop, for each, critical section controller. So somebody asked yesterday asking how to include some other JMX file. There is include controller, module controller, right? Switch controller, throughput controller. Before understanding all these controllers, you have to understand the need for controlling the activity. Here, the important thing, whatever we learn, is in the context of the sampling. What we are sampling? The activity. We are sampling the activity, the effect of activity on the time taken, or the effect of activity on some resources. So how we collect the resources metrics? We use counters. Perfmon, if you type perfmon, you will see all the counters, right? At the command prompt, if you type perfmon, you will see all the operating system counters. So my operating system is using the resources, CPU, memory, interrupt, so many things. So this will show me the performance. You can see this, expand. This machine name is Totalis. This is the processor time. Okay. Now, you can add if you want. Select counters. I use the word counters. Okay. So the same, the counters. It is the, see, so many things are there. If you want to analyze your system at the operating system level, it can be Windows or Linux. You should know all these things. Learning JMeter will not help you understanding all the JMeter. With JMeter, I generate the load. At the time of generating, when I generate the load, all these counters will get affected. This is a local computer, right? Okay. So I can choose any value. You should know what are these values. How this affect the performance. So performance analysis is a technical job. It is related to the architects or developers. If we are from the testing background, on their instructions, we will create a scenario, run the scenario, collect the data, give it to them. They will be knowing all these counters, what this counter represent, how this have an impact on the business, means the logic, business logic of my application. So they think, okay, we will see this later. Like this, you will have, this is operating system counter. So with Prometheus or Dynatrace, you can configure with the agents to collect the metrics or counters of different technologies on which your business logic will be running. So your application, that student monitoring or management application, you will deploy on database. Some logic will get executed on the database, some on the network, some on the application server, some APIs will be there on some other servers, app servers will be there, load balancers. So your simple activity may consume resources from the servers deployed in different locations on the network. You would like to collect the data. You would like to collect the data under some scenario conditions. The scenario we are designing now. We are learning JMeter, a tool to create a scenario, right? Okay. Okay. Now, to create any scenario like this, like in testing also, to work with Selenium, you should have familiarity with your application. What activities, how to interact with the activities. Let us check this. There is one small application provided by Browser Stack for our learning purpose. blazedemo.com. So I am sending an URL to some server, and what I receive, because it's an HTTP protocol, I will receive text, HTML text, right? I'll receive. Right click on this, see view page source. This is what I have received. Control U. So this is what I have received. See, for my just a request, blazedemo.com, I received this text. Everything is text, nothing is non-text here. See, now I just go back. These are all HTML tags. This is markups. You know this because you are using Selenium. These are all markups, and every tag will have some properties. This is the inner text, and you can see here, this is the link tag, belongs to this class. Again, data toggle attribute, data target, like this. Okay, this is a paragraph. This is rendered into these graphics by the browser. I'm stressing here because we are going to learn what actually the browser do, what parsing it will do. Now, this is my action. This is my action. We can imagine this is not communicating with my server. This is at the client side only. Then I click on find flights. Now, when I click on this file flights, a post request will be sent over HTTP to my server with these two cities. There will be one API. To that API, I will submit Philadelphia and Rome. That function, API is nothing but a function. So it fetches from the database the flights. Now imagine, first I type blazedemo.com. My request went to somewhere over the network. It can go to New York, whatever, wherever it is. Then from there, I got the request. I got the response. Then I interacted with the response. Then I have selected some cities. I clicked on the cities. Then it has given me, it is rendering. See, now I right click, open. So there might be table or see tables. Okay, Virgin America. Nowadays, many are using divisions, or this is using table. You see table. So this is all the information. Lufthansa, it goes from here. So this we know, like in a Selenium, we might have learned how to interact at the tag level with these applications to locate the elements and perform the actions. But we are not concerned with that. We are concerned with the request and responses which are happening between our browser and the server. So I will use browser, right? Because we are discussing in the context of HTTP. Instead of using client, I will use browser. Browser is a HTTP client. Okay, means it can send request over HTTP protocol to some server on the network using TCP/IP protocol. So okay. Now I interact this something Rajesh something like this, purchase flight. Now, if I ask you to create a script to represent this activity, not that easy, right? Because you should know what are all the URLs. You should know what are all the APIs or pages to which I am submitting the data, what data, and I should know the variables to which the data, flight name or city name has to be assigned. A bit difficult. We need some facility where we can capture easily this activity and represent with some JMeter APIs or directly HTTP APIs only. In LoadRunner or Silk Performer or those tools, they will have their own APIs. Here also, simply we can say this HTTP request we are creating is some function. So these are all the arguments to this function. Of course, these are represented graphically. Okay. Now, what I have to do here is I have to type there is one request Blaze demo, then another request I sent. So what is that? I should know that URL. But we are having easy techniques to record. Okay, we can record. So these tools, they provide us with the facilities to record. Okay. Okay. I'm using Geo Network. I think here I'm having problems here. So we need some facility to record or represent the activity for actions performed on GUI of browser or client. Okay, I'm using the word browser. So we want to record or represent the activity for actions. So what action? First action is I have sent a URL. I got one HTML page. After that, many things happen. We'll see what these many things. Then I interacted with cities. I selected cities. Then I created submit. Something is sent. Then so many things happen. I got HTML. I got something. Then I interacted with choosing the flight. Then I sent my data to that URL. Lot of things happen. So this lot of things, the communication happening, I want to represent. All are HTTP requests only. This you can understand. No need to explain. All are HTTP requests. But those HTTP requests, some will be GET, some will be POST, some will be some other methods. And to this GET, we will specify some URLs, we specify some pages. And to the POST method, we specify the URL or API address, and we specify the parameters, the body, everything. All right. Manually also you can do if you know. If you are a programmer, or if you know like what request has to be sent with what data, so URL, question mark, parameter name equal to the value, name value pairs you will send. But now let us see here. We are having other facility, then we will discuss about the other things. I am taking, I just take a new one to save this. Name something, Next create Okay. Load testing C something. Now see here. Again, create, add, blindly you add one threads group, right? Then I will add one controller, simple controller. This is only for grouping purpose, simple controller. Now, right click, add, you can see some non-test elements. This is not related to controlling the activity or representing the activity. This is basically a recording or capturing utility, right? So you see, there is a HTTPS script recorder. Okay. Some things you might not be seeing on your machines because I have added some plugins like Blaze Meter correlation recorder. Do you have property display? No, right?
We do have.
Yeah. So this is the part of this. So mirror server you might be having. So choose this. So this is a recorder using a proxy. Now you can choose the browsers, Chrome browser, Firefox browser. Huh? Yes, please. Okay. Now, which browsers are installed on your machine? Chrome, Edge,
Yep.
Firefox?
Yes.
Yes.
We'll start with Firefox. Okay. Now, here you can see you have to choose a port. Port for whom? This is a proxy. Actually, earlier this name is HTTPS proxy recorder. From recent versions from 3.0, they changed this to test script recorder. There might be some reasons for that. So I have to configure a port for this. Anyhow, this runs on the local host only, my machine only. Okay. So let us have 8888. Remember this. Okay. Now these all things will come back. Now opening Firefox. You have to configure for your browser, say here Firefox, the proxy. Okay. So go to the settings. Search for proxy. Click on the settings. By default, there is an auto detect proxy settings. You choose manual proxy. Your proxy can be running on different machines also. You can give the IP address. In our case, it is localhost. I'm leaving that. And enter here your proxy. What is your proxy? 8888. Done. Close. Now what happens now? When you type something, the URL, that URL will not go directly to the network. It will be sent to this IP address and to this port. So simply blindly it will send whatever you request, your request will be sent to some program which is running on the local host. That is how you configure it. And it is listening to the port 8888. Okay. Now click OK. Now I just I close this. No problem. I just start this. Means I have to start this program. When I start this, it creates one certificate. Of course, okay. it is asking where to record. If I start recording, where to record? Okay, I will choose. I have added one controller here, something like Blaze demo flights, something I named. Okay. So when I click on this, I choose Blaze demo flights. So I can have multiple controllers in whichever whichever controller you want to group, you can choose that. You can have multiple. We will see that later. For now, you have understood. I have created one Blaze demo flight simple controller. I have selected this. I then start. What it is starting? The server, it is proxy server, JMeter's internal one proxy server. It will start and it will give, see, a root CA certificate, Apache JMeter. It will be in the bin folder. This will be valid for 7 days. Now that certificate we have to add to our browser. So I'll go back, I go to here, follow the steps. I'll repeat, no problem. So JMeter install here in bin. I have this. I have created. Already I have created, so it has not added. Okay. So for you, it will get created. Now this is a valid certificate I am having. I created on 28th to check. Okay. So, okay. Now go to your browser. I'll close this. Stop. I'm not recording. Open if you are planning to record using Firefox. Now again, go to the settings. Settings. This time, certificate. You have many your certificates. Go to authorities. I'm having here. I'll first delete this. I will add. Import. Click on import because there is no JMeter. Go to certificate manager. Go to authorities. Click import. Navigate to that folder. JMeter. My installation folder. Bin. I'm having this. Open. Trust. Trust. Okay. Okay. Done. Okay. Now I start this. Again, it will say, okay, I have added, no problem. So I am recording in Blaze demo flights. Okay. So keep this. You can set the counter. Why you have to set the counter? Transaction name to measure. What is the prefix you want? I will see this later. Okay. Now, what we have done? We have configured Firefox browser to go through the proxy. Which is the proxy? Just now we have started. Now open your Firefox. Just type www.blazedemo.com. Okay, I'll choose Boston. I'll choose Berlin. Click on flights. See, if you see here, you will see that something is getting added. Keep like this, you will understand. See, I click on, see, it is getting added. Click. Then something like Krishna. See, my movement here, it will not add anything. My scrolling down will not add anything because this is not representing my action. This is something is happening. Okay. See, click on purchase flight. That's all. Stop. Okay. I'll close this also. See now, this is what happened when I perform those actions on Blaze demo. See? Sampler, HTTP request sampler. Something Firefox related, something are happened. Okay. And Favicon, Blaze demo, something is there. Blaze meter tracking. So when I went there, a lot of activity happened with the browser. What are all the activity happened, it has captured. You have to decide you need this or not. See, what is this here? Some header manager is there. We have to learn all these things. Now, before going, you just record a script like this. Do it. Follow the steps. Start the proxy, choose the port. Okay, well here. So this is in the non-test set. Right click here, you will find in the non-test elements. Okay. Repeat. If you have any doubts, I'll repeat it again. Do this. You got it right? What you have to do, you have to choose the port for the proxy, JMeter proxy. Then that port number you have to enter in your browser, and the certificate which it generates, which is valid for 7 days, has to be added to your browser. Then start the server, perform actions on the browser. Then you will capture, you will represent the activity which happened. We will discuss further. We'll see that. Repeat this.
Can you let us
Can you
know the steps for Chrome
Yes.
under settings?
See, first understand what we want to do. Don't go by the settings or the JMeter features. We want to do some activity from the browser. So when I do some activity on the browser, that will be sent through your corporate proxy or somewhere. It will go outside. But I want to capture it. So JMeter has provided us with one server, which is running on. You can choose on which port it has to run on your machine. So this is that proxy recorder, proxy. So here we have added, you can choose any port. No need to have a 8888. Any port like which is free on your machine. That's all. After that, you have to choose where to record these events or activities or samplers. Sometimes I use the word events because I used LoadRunner more. So I may use some words from there. So there we call this as events, which record the events for our actions. Here we are recording samplers for our actions. These are all samplers. See, all are samplers. You can see this ink pillar. So when I click on this, start, it will create one certificate. So you have to do two settings here. You have to do two settings. Which setting? One is, so I just stop this. Choose proxy port number, first thing. Second, configure manual proxy for the browser. 3, add the certificate generated by JMeter to browser. Certificates, and check the boxes to trust. You have to repeat this. Okay. So I just quickly show. So I have chosen the port, and in the Firefox, from the settings, search for port, search for proxy, search for in settings. Here you type proxy Then configure it. Localhost or IP address, have given that port. Then click OK. So you choose like this. Is this enabled on your machine? Check it.
Yes, it is enabled, but when we are starting that particular process, so we are getting one exception like proxy server.jks access is denied.
Okay. Okay. There are security settings, right?
Yeah,
Security issue.
maybe.
All are facing the same problem. It is not allowing to start proxy in your network. You are in your official network.
No.
Yeah, I think it's because of firewall.
Yeah, I
Because of
think
that.
due to
Yes.
machine.
Okay, no problem. We are having other facilities. Okay. So this is for Firefox, right? You are not able to, when you are getting that error, when you start the server, right? When you start the
Yes.
proxy server. Okay. Now, so you understood the method, procedure, right?
Yeah.
Then same you will do with the Edge. I don't know your manager, somebody who talked with me, they said like they wanted to record with Edge. Now,
Can we do it with Chrome first?
I will do it. Now, first, let us understand. Chrome is a facility. It was given because anyhow, because you have to know the problems you faced. Because in the discussion I had earlier, they said that can you show me the recording of recordings with the Edge? So they might be facing the same problem of configuring the proxy. So that is why they insisted me, can you show on the Edge? So the problem is your proxy. There also the same thing you have to do. So in the Edge, you have Edge, right? You open it, the Edge. Click on this, settings. But when you do for the Edge, you have to do on your machine, proxy. Right? If I say here, proxy settings, this is at the computer level. Open computer proxy settings. Try with this, whether this allows.
Okay.
And here you have to choose proxy, manual proxy setup, do it here. Then go to certificates. Yes. So you have to add certificates. So I'll just show you. So adding proxy is in computers proxy setting. Choose manual proxy, add this, then add JMeter rules generated by HTTP. Okay. Root certificates. That's all. After recording, uncheck the manual proxy in the computer settings. Okay. This is the what we have to do. So you change the proxy settings. After that, you search for certificates, manage certificates. Here trusted root. You choose this trusted root certificates. Import from here. Okay. Try this, because with Chrome also same problems we face, but there is a add-on extension to the Chrome which helps us, which is given by the BlazeMeter. So JMeter provides this facility only, but BlazeMeter has given one extension to the Chrome browser. Using that we can record it. Okay. So you try this and tell me like whether this is possible. So there might
After
be a reason.
certificates, what need to be selected? Under manage certificates.
Under manage certificates, when you click on your start server, this, it will generate in your installation, JMeter installation folder in bin, one Apache JMeter something, this temporary root CA certificate. Okay. That certificate you have to see here.
While generating the certificate only, I'm getting that error.
Yes, it is not allowing.
Yeah.
Same, it is not allowing to generate the certificate itself. So
Yep.
your security policy is not allowing you to generate the certificates and register those certificates.
For
Okay.
me, it's working. I
Check in that whether that certificate is generated.
Yes, for me also it is working.
it's
Yeah, if we
generated.
allow the firewall
Yeah.
is generating the certificate actually.
Then import that in the, import it here. Import.
For Firefox, it has generated. Not sure about the
Well, it is
Edge.
not related to Firefox or Edge. It is the certificate generated on your machine by the JMeter.
Okay,
Hmm.
okay.
So once it's successful, we would have to go to the browser and start like
And
follow the
record.
process.
But before that, you have to start the server here. Start this server. You have to start this server. Now we are in the recorder mode. Now you go and perform the actions. It will capture here. Check whether it is capturing or not.
Okay.
You have to record only with the browser. You configured the proxy and added the certificate.
Yes, it is working for me.
Then fine. Others for others also it has to work. Check. It's working with Firefox or Edge.
With Firefox.
Yeah. You try with Edge also. You capture the events. Try to capture your application also. Your student application is there. If you can access, just record on that also and see what it is capturing.
So once the certificate gets imported into the JMeter,
Generated
so
by the JMeter.
huh,
JMeter
and
generates it. That certificate you have to add to the browser as a trusted
browser,
certificate.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Till now I am done. So what? So now I will start the recording, right?
Yes, you will start the proxy first. The HTTP test script recorder is there, no? That is actually a proxy. You start it. Means that
Okay.
server is started on your machine. Then now
Okay.
you go to your browser, because whatever you do in the browser, that will come to this proxy. And this proxy is a program where it captures and adds those activities into your script.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. This is one technique of capturing the events happening at the port. All these tools, they support this. LoadRunner supports installing this type of proxy on your other servers. Say, from here it is an HTTP protocol. Your HTTP server or Tomcat server, from there it will communicate with the database. So you can add one this type of proxy server there in your Tomcat, and from there you can record the events which are sent by your Tomcat server to the database. Mobile recording also you can do. Same, you have to create the proxy using the wireless. If time permits, I'll show you. So mobile data, mobile related activities also you can represent and you can simulate. So server will not differentiate whether the request is coming from the mobile or from the machine. But there are many headers nowadays, the client headers, client activity headers. So server can generate the content knowing who is requesting. There are many headers. We will discuss about headers after some break. See, you can observe we are unable to move forward with the JMeter features because we have to understand so many other things, right? So you should know what is HTTP request, what are these proxies, right? What are these port numbers, how to configure, what actually is happening. Now we have to understand what actually the browser will do. Then only you can appreciate the features of JMeter. Then only you will understand why he has given the features. Now parallelly you have to understand the performance concepts, the data collection concepts. You are able to, everybody able to record? Try with both Firefox and Edge. I will come back after 10 minutes. We'll have a 10 minutes break, right? Friends, I am back. We're able to record?
Yes, we were, but it's like it's disconnecting our internet from our systems.
Correct.
Yeah, like using the
Yes.
proxy. Is it not possible to use our system's IP, like, and configuring them individually?
No, like you are able to record the statements?
No.
Acha. You are not capturing. Someone told that it is working, capturing.
I was able to capture, but when I again tried to retest it, it failed because of the internet connection. So it's the proxy or the certificate that we install, it's blocking our internet.
The proxy we are
Yes.
using only while recording. While replaying, we are not using proxy. While recording only, we are using proxy. Once we capture the activities, then we are not using the proxy. Try this again.
Hello, yeah, it's working for me.
You're able to run,
Yeah,
view results, successful.
yes. Can I share my screen?
Yes, please. Can you show us?
You sort out the issue or somebody like, because we are not going to the proxy at all. Proxy is internal. On our machine locally, we are running the proxy. If they restrict to install such programs on our machine, then we cannot do. But we are, JMeter is there. It is equivalent to JMeter only. In that, simply we have specified the port and the browser is sending the request to the proxy. We are not going outside also. That proxy is communicating with our normal proxy, normal network. That's all. And while replaying, we are not using the proxy at all. Try some issues will be there. Some other issues. Try
Can
for
I able
another
to see my sorry? Is it able to see my screen?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. You can see this. This is the result capturing when I work on this.
Actually, we are getting you are not connected message on the browser.
I faced the same issue, then I changed the port number and it was working for me.
Acha, then you do one thing. Give some port number, no? 1, 2, 3, 4 or something. 8888 somebody might be using in your network. Don't use 8888. Use some other thing randomly. Resolve the issue.
Yes. After changing the port number, I'm able to record the script.
It might be the 8888, some other program or the 8888 somebody might have restricted. Okay. Others also try with different port numbers. It can be any number, arbitrary number. 4-digit arbitrary number. Add one listener, view results tree, run it, check whether all are passing or not, your requests.
Okay. Yes, all are pass.
Okay. Others also, please give me the feedback whether you are able to record and replay.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
I think I'm stuck somewhere. I'm not able to do the process of certificate manager. So can you please help me in that?
See what happens when you start this. First, to add this test script manager recorder. When you just click on start, it generates. That will be
No, no,
added.
this is about the process like certificate manager. I was trying in the Chrome
Okay.
itself
Okay,
only.
okay. No, don't try in the Chrome. Chrome is different. Chrome is not allowing to do such things. Okay. Chrome has restricted this type of open source tools, such things.
Okay, so just let me do it on the
You
Firefox
do it on
quickly.
Firefox and Edge.
I had one question. So under that controller, multiple that HTTP request have been recorded. How can we delete the unwanted ones?
Just select, right click and delete.
No,
See?
single one we can do. How about the multiple? If there are 20,
I'm
25.
selecting shift down, delete.
Okay, okay.
Why you want to delete? Of course, my question is like you should know before deleting or disabling.
Yes,
Whether you
some
require that.
success .txt 44, some like that scripts have been recorded. I am not sure it is with respect to what.
That is the activity happening. We don't know, right? With Blaze
Hmm.
demo, because that activity was happening.
Mhm.
That is an activity that is consuming the resources.
Okay.
While replaying, whether you want to send that request to generate that activity again or not, it depends on your understanding of your application.
Okay.
At the time of recording, this activity happened. Now, when you replay, this request will be sent to you because these requests actually sent by the browser while recording.
Okay.
Now you can decide whether you want this or not. This is asynchronous communication.
Got it.
But just like that, you should not delete. You should know whether that activity is required for your analysis or not. You have the facility of disabling and enabling also. For one run, you can disable. For another run, you can enable. So to easily manage this, you put this in some controller, simple controller. So instead of choosing all and disabling, you can simply disable that particular simple controller. So the controller, as name suggests, will provide us the functionality to control the activity. By grouping, by conditional, while loops, many are there. Done, friends, up to here, all.
Sorry to interrupt here. Can I share my screen to get the quicker resolution?
Yes, you can.
I'll share my screen. Just kindly guide me here.
So you click on that test script recorder. Start. One more thing. You are in your test plan. You have this. You add one simple controller in your test plan.
Simple config element is right.
Controllers. No. Right click. Go to the threads group. Where is the threads group? I think you have not added your threads group, right? Go back. Right click on the test plan. Add threads group. Okay. Now the script recorder is at the test plan. View results tree also is the set plan. Okay. Simple config element is also at this. Okay. Now right click on thread group. Add one controller. Logical. Go to logic controller. Yes. Go to simple controller. Go down. Yeah. Yes. If you want, you can give it a name. Okay, leave it. Now click on test script recorder, HTTPS script recorder. Yes. Now here in the target controller, choose your simple recorder.
Where
No,
is the
not there.
target
No,
controller?
right side. In the HTTP script recorder here, this the
Yes, here.
you choose your down. Yes. Now you want to you can have many groupings like this. So then now click on start. Start.
I clicked it.
Yes. So do you want to allow public? Yes, allow. Now you can stop it. Stop it. Go to your installation folder.
Which folder?
Somewhere you installed JMeter, right?
Yes, yes.
Bin. You have there certificate in the top second one. Date is today, right? 30th. This one, the Apache.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep,
Apache.
this one.
Yes. Now you go to your browser. And what is the proxy you have? 8888. Change that proxy. It seems
Yes,
that
yes. I made
is
it.
a proxy. Here. Add a proxy. Go to manual configuration. Local host. Here you type HTTP proxy. Yeah. Local host. / local host. Yes. This
I've
port
done
you
this
want.
many times, but this is not at all changing.
Which one?
See, when I click on OK, nothing happens.
It is happening. Change the port also. Make something like 40, 44, 44, 45. Yes. Okay. Click OK.
I clicked
Don't
it
add
twice.
HTTP, just add localhost.
Yes.
Okay.
Now go back to your JMeter. There also you add what you added 44, 45. No?
44. Start.
Wait. Now go back to your browser. Now again in the settings, check for certificate. Not here. Go back in the settings.
This is under settings only.
View certificates. Now go to import down. Go to the JMeter installation. Bin. Choose that certificate. Okay.
Which one
Trust.
option?
Both
First.
Yes. Okay. Then okay.
Okay.
That's all. Now try to record. Then now to record, you have to start this. Click OK, no problem. Now go to your browser. Don't stop that. Go to your browser. Now open a tab, some tab. BlazeDemo.com. Yes. Now stop the recording. Go to your JMeter now. Expand that simple controller. Yeah. Not down. Yes. This is what you have captured. Okay. Run this. Run. you save this and run. Somewhere create a folder.
Yes, I've created it somewhere. Okay, I'll do this. Do this.
Do it.
I'll stop sharing. Thank you.
Yeah. All done. So you are able to record with Edge and Firefox, both, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. There is one extension to the Chrome. So Chrome is restricting recording like Firefox or Edge. So browser stack, they have added one, they have created one add-in. So before that, you open Blaze. I'll just show you. So we have done with Firefox. Okay, and we are done with the Edge browser. Now here, so go to BlazeMeter and register first. Okay, register on blazemeter.com. Create one user ID. Remember that it will be useful for you because in the end also you will be running scripts on BlazeMeter. So create a user ID on BlazeMeter. Go to BlazeMeter. Okay, here you create it. Because already I have registered, you can do the sign in. Register, okay, register it. Give your personal email. Don't give the company email because he will start marketing you.
To browse this site, I'm getting an error like proxy server is wrong.
You remove that proxy, na?
From
You set
Chrome.
a proxy differently. Now you remove that proxy. Now after recording, you remove the proxy. Use Chrome now. Don't use Firefox or Edge. In that you might have set the proxy. Remove the proxy. Done? Now,
Yep.
in the Chrome, in the extensions, manage extensions, search for Blaze Meter, this one, continuous testing platform. Add it to your browser. I have already added.
For me, it is saying no search result found for BlazeMeter.
You would have to
Yes, for me as well.
download.
It is there. It's showing now for me. See, I remove this. Remove. Search extensions, Blaze, Meter.
Yeah, the same case with me.
Yes, same case
One
with me.
We would have to download that externally. That's what I done.
Yeah, then you
I
do it.
think.
Yeah, then you do it. It is not happening here. I will check my PPT. Download from here. Okay. Search on the Google and download from here. It is not in the Chrome store. Because these things we do only rarely once forget. Okay. In the Google, BlazeMeter Chrome extension. Okay. It is there in the Chrome Web Store. See now. Add to Chrome. It is added, right?
Yes.
Now click on this. You can give the name of the test. Something Blaze test. Click on recording. There are many options. We'll come back to this. What user agent? Who is the user agent? You can simulate the user agents also for you. Okay, current browser. Okay. So start recording. Now type blazedemo.com. You can see here 3 something is recorded. I'm choosing Boston and I'm choosing Berlin find flights. You can see here up UI. Click on the choose flight. Prakash. Purchase flight. Done. Stop the recording. Okay. And again, you click on edit. Click on edit. So this is your script. One get method, what it has captured, you can see. Headers it has captured, you can see. We'll see later. But now, so this is a post method. Okay. This is the body of the post from port to port it is sent. Okay. Now, because you have registered and logged in, is this enabled or disabled for you? This JMX here, one icon is there. Is it disabled or enabled?
Enabled.
So once we click, we are getting navigated to one page, export something.
Yes. Click on that.
It is disabled actually.
And then you log in because you created your login, right? In BlazeMeter, you log in.
Yes.
You log in, it will come.
Okay.
So that is now exported, right? See this one. This is in the download file. Go to the folder, copy wherever you want. This one, right? I'm cutting this and pasting. This is a .jmx file. Paste. Now you can open this Blaze test in your JMeter. Open. I saved here. Blaze test. Open. Okay. You can see this Chrome extension has added some default config elements, and it has created a thread group. It has added a test. This is what we have recorded. It's a clean recording. Blaze test is supporting JMeter, and they are providing cloud services to run your scripts, because once you create a JMX file here, then you can move to Blaze. Okay. And from there you can run your scripts, configure, you will get good graphs there. A lot of facilities are there. Some are free, some you have to purchase, and the number of users are limited. If you buy, he will allow you to run thousands of users. Do up to here. So we have learned how to capture the activities between our client browser and our HTTP server. Record on your application, your student management application.
Mastan, till now, whatever you have shown in the Chrome, so I'm done. Actually, just I have one question. Can you go to your this JMeter once?
Yes,
Can you open it?
I opened it. No, this is the whatever I recorded. I opened this.
No, I'm currently, yeah, it is visible now. So suppose if I add the listener under the,
You add it wherever you want now, because it's a simple script. You can add at the test plan level or at the group level or at the Even you can add
Yes,
at this one request level also. You would
plan
like to
adds in
monitor
both
only
the
that.
listeners. Sorry.
You can add at all the levels, test plan level, group level, controller level. See, you can add listeners. You can add listeners at all levels. Even if you want to monitor only this request, you can add. You can add a listener only to this, like this also. So what is your question?
No, my question
You are asking something.
was if I added one from I'm audible?
No.
Your voice is
Excuse me.
breaking a
Your
lot.
voice is breaking.
A minute. I will change the network.
I hope everybody understanding what we are doing, right? We are learning the tool, but to learn the tool, we are parallelly understanding other issues, right? Now there is a facility of capturing the activities. Many times I'm stressing, we are capturing the activities between the client and the server. So to understand what is that activity, we have to understand what is this browser client. Okay, we will discuss that now. So you are all done with recording, right? You have understood actually like how we are able to record, what technique we are using to record. So we are, JMeter is creating one proxy, right? That proxy is given one port, any number that we are adding into our browser. Then this proxy recorder, I'm using the word proxy recorder. I got used to it, but they changed the name to script recorder, test script recorder. Earlier it was proxy recorder all these years. Okay. So I'm adding the certificate generated by proxy to my browser. Then when I perform some actions on my client, the requests are sent to the server and I'm getting some responses. Those requests and responses, the downloadings, whatever is happening is represented. See, we sent blazedemo.com. And here also we added. Okay, see, it is clean. It has not added many things here. Okay, but the same when you record with the proxy, you are seeing lot of data. This Chrome is filtering for us. Let us see, are there any settings in this? See here, some options are there. Filter pattern, HTTP. And so we are using this. Okay. Now, he has given some option, disable browser cache. We have not disabled browser cache. Okay. And wipe service workers, record Ajax requests, update settings. Now, before again we will record disabling the browser cache, but let us see what is there here. You all are having the script clean like this. Blaze demo, blazedemo.com, reserve.php, purchase, and 4 requests, right? What is represented here is 4 requests. Yes. Now we record another script. Create this. Yes. Okay. Now this time we will disable browser cache. Okay. Now record. www.blazedemo.com. Now see the behavior here. Paris, Boston, London, fine plates. Now choose flight. Ramesh. Choose flight. Now stop the recording. Now open this again. Click on edit. Export this. I renamed this to without cache or something. Okay. I cut this. Paste in my folders. Folder. JMeter. Paste. Now open this. It has not captured because we have recorded without cache. Let us see 1 minute. Record on your machines. It has to record more content. See here. It is doing some filtering, which I don't want. Okay. Agent, we are using current browser. Okay. Here it is using request to record only top level requests. So let us choose this. Top level requests and the following. Are you able to browse to this setting? See, I'm trying to explain you some other things because what we are learning now is browser functionalities. We are in this topic. We have learned proxy recordings, HTTP recorder. Today, for today's session, I have chosen these topics: Firefox, Edge, Chrome extension, browse stack registration. We have done editing the script. Editing the script, we will come back again. We have added some things. Now, I'm trying to explain the browser functionalities. So here, we recorded. What we recorded, what we represented, instead of using recorded, I am using the representation. I am representing some activities. What are those activities? Now, let's see, advanced options. By default, we have recorded only top level requests. Now I want to record top level requests and the following. I want to record cookies. I want to record CSS fonts. I want to record any JavaScript. I want to record images. I want to record redirects and other. Okay. Export. Okay. Now I record it again. Observe the count on the right side. This count, see. Stop. Click again. Click. Edit. This time you see. So JMX. It is asking some more things. Okay, so do it. So there are different domains, BH meter type. He is asking which domains you want to include. So where is the selection option of the domains? I will try to export this again. Please select which domain should be included in your script. Okay.
At below, you need to select at below blesdemo.com. You need to select the second option. No, on the same page. Yes. Here.
The radio
three
buttons that you have.
The radio
Yeah.
buttons.
I am
yes.
trying it. It is not happening.
No. Below. You need to select.
Yeah.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
is place demo is there. This is the one. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. See the interface. This is basically the user design, user experience design. So here's this. Okay. Grade is okay. Now I do this. This is a new addition to the extension. Earlier it used to do everything. Because I added a new extension now because I was using the old extension. Okay, now see it is okay. Go to this. Now change this name to without cache. Sorry, without cache. Not this. So open this in JMeter. Open without cache. Now you see lot of data. See. Now we understand what this data, why when we choose without cache, it has recorded. Now you are able to Understand? Just simply see there are different domains we have exported. Now you remove without cache and record and see how many you record. Just try, just explore this. Here we have chosen advanced options. In this, disable browser cache. Now enable browser cache and see what happens. And you record all those things. So what happens if anything was already downloaded in the previous recordings or previous interactions, those things it will not download. It will not. Who will not? Browser. So we will understand what this. First try this. I'll be back in just 2-3 minutes. Okay, friends, we continue. Now we'll try to understand what are these recordings. Okay. So browser is a client program. To communicate with HTTP servers. Means it will serve on the net using HTTP protocol. And browser also uses FTP protocols and other protocols. One of the main protocol which browser uses is HTTP protocol. Files also it will download like file transfer protocols. So basically, browser is a parser. We have used this word yesterday also, parser. What it parses? The communication over HTTP is text, parser of text. Parsing the text means segregating the text. For example, if I ask you to parse on this text and give me 2-letter words. So you will go like this and you say, okay, this is the one. Then this is the one. Then this is the one. How I did this? Line by line, I went through the text and identified. Now, for example, there is a text file. Okay, I will open this way to draw this. Okay, so something, right click, view source, page source. See, this is the text file which we receive. What is there in these angle brackets is for the browser. And inside these angle brackets, some name, value, attributes are there. This is also for the browser. So when we click on this link, it will go to this page, blazemeter.com blog feed. Like this, some other thing is there, link is there, another link is there, another. Each link is linked to different references, you can see, different references. So browser has to understand this. Okay. So now, okay. Now, see, there are many things. HTTP, okay, I will use the simple, our Blaze demo only. Back. So I open this page view source. See, some headers are there here. A script source is also there. Some JavaScript, one .css, okay, one styling at this local level, body. So some index.php, travel the world, and home. These are the text which is displayed there, but associated with this link. Where this link? Somewhere in the Blaze demo. So href is home. See, and there is a vacation.html, and you know this is loaded into our select HTML element. This is also chosen. So this is the HTML page which we have received. Okay. Now, what we did actually, blazedemo.com. We type blazedemo.com. We'll go back here. Follow this. Now this is our browser. So here I typed something like www something blazedemo.com. So this request will be sent over the web to the server. Of course, this server is connected to DB. This server is connected to other HTTP servers and some other lot of things, API servers, other things. This is connected to something background, but our communication is from here to here only. So I sent blazedemo.com. This blazedemo.com is processed. Request. This is the request, and a page is created. What is this page? HTML with HTML text. So in this page, of course, this page concept will come only when it reaches the browser. And let us put this browser as a thick client. Means it is not simply sending a request and receiving the request. It is doing some processes also. Many processes inside. So it receives the HTML page. So that is using that HTML page, because you know Selenium, what happens? Using this HTML, what is there? Tags are there. P tag, A tag, something, table tag, like this. And lot of other style sheets, some frames, iframes, text, lot of things are there. Using this, it creates a DOM. DOM. What is DOM? Somebody answer. DOM.
Document object model.
Document object model. So what it is doing is using the text, a simple text, it is creating an object. So once we create the object, what object means? It has to have some properties and methods. So the browser is the application. It has to do some processing with this HTML. To do that, it has to parse. First, it will create the object, document object model. It will have some properties and methods. The methods you all are familiar with: get element, by ID. Right. So there are properties and methods. There are many DOM methods are there. DOM properties are there. So that browser will use those methods because an object is created to manipulate this page. How it is manipulating, we are not interested in. What it is doing, let us understand. So once it receives the page, it will do the parsing. And if it encounters any references to other resources, it will make additional requests. See, now manually you are not making the requests. Once the first request you made, a HTML page is downloaded. After parsing, browser came to know that it needs some more resources. Why it needs? Say, for example, this is the page. There are frames. So in this, I have to display one image. In this, I have to display some video. In this, I want to display some text. But this image, video, and text references only are there in the page. They were not downloaded. So when the first time when I requested, there were references. First, it will have an HTML page with which we create this skeleton. iframes or table, something is there. So there is a table also here. in this table, again, I will have to display one small video here, one icon here. All are resources. Some text here. These resources we have to fetch from some other sources. References to those sources, browser will find in the received HTML response. So after parsing, it has found some references. Not only references, it will find some cookies. It will find some .js files which it has to download, .style sheets it has to download. Lot of things. We will see. I have dotted out these things here. Yeah. So it will download any applets. It will download the images. It will download the style sheets and resources referenced from those files, external scripts, frames, iframes related, background images, body, table related, some data, background sound, if any, right? So these references, the references to these sources, references to those sources will be present in the response for the first request. Okay, so we are having, first we sent one request. We got the response. After parsing this response, browser, who is doing all this? Browser is doing. It will find that it has to download some more resources. So from here, it will come to know it has to download some more resources. It will make the request. All are asynchronous requests. So this will go to different sources. It need not go to the same domain. It can go to different domains, different servers. And again, we will get responses. Again, these responses will be parsed. So whenever it receives an HTML, it parses. Whenever it receives an image, it uses. Whenever it receives a CSS, it uses. If it receives a JavaScript, it executes. Of course, depending on the type of the resource it receives, it will perform some activities. Sometimes it receives cookies. It saves and manages. Okay, manages. It will receive session IDs. It will manage this session IDs. All this information we will receive as HTML only, text. So browser will parse and it will make requests and download the image. So image will come as image like JPEG or PNG, whatever it is. CSS as a text file. This is a text file, right? Text file. So now, as long as browser receives the HTML pages, it will parse, and if needed, it makes the requests. This goes on and on. If you go to some advertising sites or something which sells some things, wrong sites or something, that will be a never-ending page. You scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. They will be adding advertisements, images, lot of things that will not end. That is a bad design, not adhering to the W3C consortium rules. We will see like what are these rules, right? After some time. So this goes on. That is why we have recorded so many requests. So we are having a setting. What was the setting? Only top level requests or requests. Top level requests, when we configured this, when we fired a request, it has represented only that request. After that, lot of things happened, like many responses came, lot of parsings happened by the browser, many more requests were sent. All these activity was not represented if you choose the top level request. If I choose the second one, top level along with the following requests, you have seen lot of representations, lot of activities were represented. The question is, why we need this setting? Anybody think and answer? JMeter is creating the script. That script is representing the activity. Now somebody asked, can I delete? Yes, you can delete. You can add. We are not going in sequence. All are individual requests. Unless until there is some dependency on the previous request response, all your requests will pass. Even if you delete also, it passes. But in the Selenium, if you delete any statement, your script will fail. Because you have to go in the flow. After clicking on one link, a new page will be loaded into your web driver. Then you will be interacting. Right? Here, it is only representation of the individual activities. Sometimes a activity may depend on another activity in case of session IDs or dynamic data. We'll discuss that. Now, there was another setting. Cache. Use the cache or not. See here, we are downloading images. We are downloading CSS sheets. We are downloading JavaScript. We are downloading many things. Except HTML, we are downloading other images, resources. Of course, HTML is generated. Now, when I refresh the page, or in the next page also, I need the same company logo or same image. Instead of re-downloading again, browser can reuse it, the resource which it is already downloaded. So those already downloaded resources are maintained in the cache. Using if modified since header, we have to discuss these headers. If modified since is a header, so you're following, right? Not getting confused. I'm not confusing you. You're following, right? Are they all?
Yes.
See, we are trying to understand the browser activities, and those activities we are representing in our JMeter script. Now we actually, in the next step, we will think about retaining the activities in the script, whether you want that activity, whether you don't want that activity. While recording itself, you don't want to represent, or after recording, logically you would like to execute. Okay, we have more discussions on that. So if modified since header, for example, we have understood now the browser, after receiving the HTML, it will parse. So when it makes a request, for example, here in this page, for this frame, a new some 2.html is requested. In this 2.html, there is a resource reference to some image1. But this image1 is downloaded in this frame already. This is maintained in the browser's cache. In the browser's cache, image1 is already present. Now, when we are making a request for 2.html, sorry, when we made the request to the 2.html, in the received HTML, we are having references to image1. So now the browser has to get this image1. So instead of again making a request and wasting the resources, okay, we will discuss about these rules. So that defines you should not waste the resources. So the browser is designed in such a way that if that resource is already available in the cache, how will you come to know? Already that image name is there in the cache, but in 5 minutes or 10 minutes time, that image, they might have changed it. So what the browser will do, it will send a request to the server with if modified since header. So if we have downloaded this at 2 p.m. today, so it will give this time and it will ask the server if it is modified since 2 p.m. don't send it. I will use the image from my cache. That is the protocol. So to adhere to this protocol, browsers were designed to use cache. Right? Not only for these resources, right? For other reasons also. Sometimes you might have observed your browser maybe becomes slow. When browser is slow, what you do normally? Somebody tell me, if browser is slow, when you type a URL, you get the response with some delay. To improve that performance, generally what you do?
Clear the cache and
Clear
cookies and
cache.
hard reload.
Cache clear.
What you do? To improve the
We will
performance.
clear the, we will
You clear the cache.
cache.
Yes, you clear the cache. What does it mean? Clear the cache means what happens?
So whatever the temporary data is stored in the browser, we will clear it.
Okay. Now, before going further, see. So if we clear the cache, what happens? This extra, something like if modified since header, right, will not be sent. Extra activity will not be there because cache is clear. No images or no resources are there. So when we receive HTML, if any resource is there, simply it will make a request. It will not send if modified since header and then it will download or not download. The decision process will not happen. And coming to cookies, by deleting the cookies, also it improves the performance. See what happens. What is a cookie? Anybody answer cookie? Have you ever opened a cookie?
Yep.
What it will have? A domain name like google.com or whatever it is, some number, alphanumeric or some number, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, X, Y, Z, something. That's all. How this cookie helps the servers? First time when you make a request to Google, it will send some cookies, not one cookie. It will send. How it will send the cookie? It is an HTML page only. You open the source of the page, there you will find cookies. So that text will be added to your folder, browser's folder. So here you will have google.com cookies, Blaze cookies, Reddit cookies, like this, Facebook cookies. Now, in the server here, with this alphanumeric number, your history will be maintained. Means which URLs you visited, which products you purchased. This information will not be there on your machine. On your machine, only cookie will be there. So for this cookie entry, all the browser history, your purchase history, credit card transactions history, all it will be added here. Now, whenever you try to browse again or try to reach this server, you typed google.com. What the browser will do, it will search in all the cookies. In your machine may have thousands of cookies. So it will search in all the cookies. And if any cookies are there, unexpired cookies, see, it has to find the cookies. Then it has to find unexpired cookies. Those cookies it will attach to your URL. See how much time it is spending here. So by deleting the cookies, your browsing performance improves. I am saying browsing performance. Now think what happens to your server performance with cookies, without cookies. Think. If you attach cookie, your server has to do more processing. See, there is an advertisement. Say you have purchased Spiker jeans. Let us say Spiker jeans. So it is there in this history. Now, many might have paid to Google about their jeans brands to advertise. AdWords, using AdWords, right? So now, because you are interested in jeans, it may have an algorithm. You purchased the jeans or just you searched the jeans, so it will have the history. So it will try to advertise these other jean brands. How it will know that? Because your browser has sent a cookie. This cookie is associated with some Spiker jeans advertisement. You clicked on it. So now the server, this Google server or whichever Facebook or anybody, they will try to display all jeans related ads in your page. There is a processing here, right? So with cookie, some processing will be there in the server, which consumes the resources. Ask some questions. I'm continuously speaking. Any question? Very important discussion. Whole of JMeters, that script, all will be dependent on it. You will get now answers why cookie manager is there, why header manager is there, why we need to think about cookies, why we need to think about what to record and represent in the script. All these affect the resources utilization in the server. In other words, all these, you send a cookie or don't send a cookie. So there will be a different activity. With cookie, one activity. Without cookie, another activity. If you download some resources, one active network activity. If you don't make a request, another different activity. So the script which you are recording here, see, represents these many activities. You can see. See, there is header manager. We will discuss about these also. User agent related settings. You have to understand almost all headers, at least some basic headers. Okay. So there is a header manager. There is request defaults, cache manager, authorization manager, cookie manager. See? Okay. Okay. Now we are discussing about this. So I'll just see browser. First thing it will do is make a request. Make request to resources. Don't think that only images, CSS files, JavaScript are only resources. Our HTML file also is a resource. Is also a resource. Applets are resources. Video files are resources. Audio files are resources. Okay. So it will request the resource. So first what we do, we make one request to example blaze demo.com. We received one HTML. Let us name this as 1.html. This is parsed. So if there are any cookies, it will save. If there are any images required, CS files, JS files required, and any CSS files, video files, all will be made. Requests will be made. In this, there can be another request for 2.html file. So these resources will be downloaded. All the resources will be downloaded. And 2.html also will be downloaded. So this will be parsed again. If any requests have to be made, all the requests will be made. In this, let us imagine 3.html and 4.html also are required. So they were downloaded, 3.html and 4.html. These will be parsed and it goes on like this. Got it? Now, this is our browser. Now, you have worked with Selenium scripts. What Selenium script represent? Your actions on web elements. So Selenium represents, see this Selenium. So if there is a link, if there is a radio button, if there is a checkbox, if there is some drop down menu or something. So your actions, you will locate the element, locate the web element, and you perform the action. So this will be represented. This is represented, right? Using the driver dot get method, driver dot find elements. So your script will be like this. Now, if you want to run this script in your DOM, there has to be a context for this locations. Otherwise, it will say element not found. Find element exception will come. Now, coming to, but here, see, for your actions, so this is the port. For your actions, requests are going out and responses are coming inside. Now, coming to JMeter. JMeter or any other tools, they don't capture or represent your actions on the GUI. They capture the activities happening at the port. It will capture the events or activities. Okay. Capture the events happening at the port of the browser. So every process will have a port, right, of the browser. These events are happening for JMeter captures the events happening at the port of the browser. What events? For the user actions. So you selected a city, from city to city, then you purchase the flight. These are your actions. But for your actions, many activities are happening. So we have configured what activities to represent in our script. Okay, understood? Now open your JMeter. And one more thing. So we have understood like cookies and cache. So we can, if you record, you can record without cache or with cache. If you record without cache, you will freshly represent all the activities happening. But with cache means some things browser will not request. If some image is there in your cache already, browser will not make a request. So because you are standing here, JMeter is capturing the resources from here. It is capturing from here. So browsers cache, cookies are all here inside this. So here we will not see what is that activity. So if any image is found in the cache, that request will not be made. So that activity, that request will not be captured by the JMeter. So with cache, you get the scripts differently. Without cache, you get the script differently. You prove yourself, check it. Try on your machines. First, you record with cache. Then you record without cache. See the difference in the activities which you capture. Try this. You have to record with, now you use Chrome extension only, browser. So you have the settings there. But with this other proxy recordings, we are not having the control, but still there is some control. We'll see. I'll just show you. If I add non-test element script recorder, here you can use here. See. Retrieve all embedded resources. Redirect automatically. Follow redirects. There are some settings here for this proxy recording. The same settings you are finding there in the browser, Chrome browser extension. I'll explain you this, but now you try yourself, explore and experiment with cache, without cache, just record and understand what it is recording. Spend some time, 5-10 minutes on this. You understood my exercise. You just explore and try to record different activities for the same Blaze demo. You have many options there. Think, I've explained you what actually the browser is doing. So you have some options, what to record, what not to record, with cache, without cache. We are learning in the context of HTTP protocol, so we are discussing about browser. In your applications, you may have some other clients, Windows based, Java, or some other SAP clients, some other clients. So what is happening inside and how it is managing the resources, how it is making the requests, you should know it. In the browser, we all know this is a general technology. We all know what it does, how it parses, how it manages the resources, how it manages the cookies, sessions, and all. Right? But if it is other than browser, you should know the internals of the client. As a tester, we might not be knowing, but developer has to explain us what internal activities, what is the internal logic of the client. Okay, we actually in JMeter avoiding the client process. Note this point. We want to avoid the client process. This you might have understood yesterday also. To generate more users, we want to avoid client process. To save resources, local machine resources, to facilitate more users on single machine. This is the idea. This is the requirement. So I cannot use Selenium script. In Selenium also I can measure the time taken. I can put some timers, start timer, end timer, something. I can measure the time, but I can have only one instance of Selenium. In the grid, of course, maximum 10. But I will not be having a coordinated load. So that client process, what is the client process here? Browser. Try to do like you know the requirement now. Your script should represent different activities. With cache, it will be different activity. Without cache, it will be different activity. And there are some settings, CSS and all. You can delete. You will not represent the request to CSS. The request to some JavaScripts.
Yeah, when we disable the cache, in that case, we are getting CSS and JavaScript file gets downloaded every time for
Yes.
every request. Yes.
So with cache,
And
it will not, because
yes, correct.
browser, that is a browser internal activity. So when we are standing outside the browser, we will not see what it is doing. So that request will not go out. It is like JMeter standing at the gate and recording all the people going in and going out. What they are doing inside, it cannot capture. Right? Only when the browser makes the request, when somebody goes out of the house from the gate, I can record them. If they come from the back door, I cannot record. The same. So you have to choose what to represent. The question comes, why we have to choose? Why we have to choose what to represent in the script? We'll discuss that. Just I'll come back, have some water. Okay, friends. So everybody observed? We have methods. JMeter provides us with the methods to represent the activity and control the activity. So you have to understand this. With JMeter, functionalities, we can choose what activity to represent in the script, and we need facility to control the activity. Okay, so we can choose what activity to represent in the script, and we have facilities to control the activity, and also we can control the activities with headers and cookies and cache. So to do this, we are having header managers, cookie managers, and cache manager. Means these are all the functionalities, right? These are all the functionalities. So header manager is there, cookie manager is there, cache manager is there. Okay. Now, let us understand what are these headers. This is related to HTTP protocol. So before understanding this, we'll understand some basic rules, or I can say principles of HTTP protocol. Okay. First is, you have to bear in mind that you should not waste the resources. Do not waste the resources. Which resources? Mostly network resources. Why? We have understood yesterday the protocol was started, right? Having like this. We are planning to use somebody's networks freely because already networks existed. Okay. Now we want to go through these networks. Just by connecting this network and network, I can travel. From here to here, I can travel. So this might be in India. I will go to UK. From there, I'll go to Germany. From there, I go to Canada. Then I communicate with a computer in Canada. Imagine if this facility is not there, I have to lay the cables to each and every network from India. And they also have to lay. But already there were networks locally. So we have connected those networks and we utilized those networks freely. Free. All right? Actually, network is free. Internet is free. That provider, that bandwidth guy who is providing the bandwidth is charging. We are not paying to these networks. We are not paying to US, UK or anywhere. Right? They were connected. Right? Only from our house to this gateway, these guys are charging. From there, it is free. And when it is free, we should not waste the resources. Do not waste the resources. One thing. Use minimum resources at any point of time. At any point of time. And release the resources at the earliest. And we all know HTTP is a stateless protocol. What does it mean, stateless protocol? Anybody answer? What does it mean by a stateless protocol? Which state is not there? When I am discussing about TCP, I told that TCP is connection oriented or state is maintained. This is stateful protocol. This is stateless protocol. And I also told while understanding TCP, the receiver will know the source of the packet. Here, receiver will know the source of the packet. If the packet is corrupted, he can he can request to reset the packet. But here it will not be there. In HTTP protocol, state means connection state will not be maintained. Connection state will not be maintained. Stateless means connection state is not maintained. Why? Network is free. So from my computer, when I establish a connection to the server, I made a request. This request has to fetch some data from other servers. And it has to fetch some data from database also. This it has to process. And it has to generate the response. And this network, if I block till I get the response, others cannot use this network. So we are using freely. So to save the resources, to minimize the resources utilization, once we send a request, your connection will be broken. Okay. Once the response is generated, a response will be sent to you. So the state of the connection is not maintained. Okay, state of the connection is not maintained. Okay, now we will discuss again this when we discuss about keep alive connections. We'll discuss about these keep alive connections. Now we are discussing about headers. See, coming to headers, imagine I come to Pune, I dial a number to some guy in a village, and I started speaking in Telugu, inquiring about something about land or something there. So without giving gap for him to speak, I continuously imagining that he understands Telugu, I will start speaking, asking something for continuously say 1 minute. I have not allowed him to interrupt me. But after 1 minute, if he says that he doesn't know Telugu, he do not know Telugu, what has happened in this communication? I wasted my time. I wasted his time. So the communication time is wasted because I tried to send some packets, but he cannot understand. So initially, if I had introduced to him that I am so and so, I am going to speak in Telugu. Do you understand Telugu? And what level of understanding you have in Telugu, 1.0 or 1.1 or 1.2, right? I will use this type of encrypted words. Do you understand those encryptions? I am going to send some content, text content, HTML content, some content. You accept this or not? And what type of content you will send to me? So all this information before communication, if I send, before communication means before sending body, if I establish I am so and so. So if he initially says I don't understand Telugu, then I'll ask him like what languages you understand. He may say that I understand English or Tamil or Hindi, Marathi, something like that. So I will communicate. So the headers creates a handshaking before communication. Headers create a handshaking before actual communication. Language headers are there. Content headers are there. Okay. Now you open your browser where you have recorded the script. See, first blazedemo.com. Why initially the JMeter data pipe something is there? You have some headers. Expand this. Nowadays, many headers. Every time they are adding more headers, right? I want to know some simple headers. User agent. Where is this? Okay, fourth one. User agent. I have to identify myself. Who am I? Whether I am a browser, whether I am, if it is a browser, which browser, Mozilla, what version I support. See, this is the identification. And the other one, what I accept. Text.html, XHTML, XML, images, AVIF, image, WPP, APNG, like this. And one more. See. Who is sending this? Browser is sending. I will explain you this. These are all new headers because this is client usage headers. User agent means nowadays the servers have to cater not only to the browser, they have to cater to the tab, they have to cater to different mobiles, they have to cater to watches, smart watches, they have to cater to different agents, different sources. So these headers, they will define the server what type of content they have to generate so that it will fit into your client application or the device. So why this? When I request, I received some content that will not fit in my browser, that will not fit in my mobile's dimensions. So I have to make a re-request again. So we are wasting the time with unnecessary communication and unnecessary data transfer. So headers create a handshaking before actual communication so that we will not waste the resources. Okay, and use minimum resources at any point of time. We are using cache, and also we are breaking our communication into smaller requests. At a time, we are not dumping. If needed only, we dump. So how we are doing that? Using cache. We are using cache right here. And frames and pages. So some resource, if it is in cache, I will not make the request. And I am dividing the page into multiple frames. So that this frame I will download in separate time. I will download this frame related resources separate time. So I am relaxing the usage of the resources so others can utilize the resources. Use minimum resources at any point of time. And release the resources at the earliest. This is based on connections and connection timeout. We'll come to these later in the context. Connection timeout. Now, in the header, for example, if I don't specify the language, language header, and I request for some page request. Now, if your language header says English, so if it is having different versions of the pages of different languages, without wasting time, it will give the English, because in the language header there is an English. Imagine there is no language header. We made a request. So the server cannot decide which language page it has to send. If it is by default configured Chinese, a Chinese page will be sent to you. All right. If you use VPN sometimes to download some books or something, you will get some different pages, because that VPN you will be using will be of different country. So this will be of no use to you, Chinese. So what you will do? You will again make a request. That making a request with header makes the server to generate the page for you. Whatever it is, that is a protocol. But from the JMeter point of view, these headers defines the activity. Yes or no? Defines the activity. If you choose English page, English language, there some activity will be different. English related activity. If you choose Chinese related activity. If you choose some encryptions, if you say these encryptions I will not understand, then it has to choose another encryptions. If you choose some encoding or compressions or contents, all these are headers. Encoding headers, compression headers, content headers. If you say that I don't accept PNG, now some activity will be there to filter PNG. It should not send PNG files. If you say some other gzip compression you will not accept, so it has to choose some other compression. So the activity differs in the server. So headers defines the activity. So when different activities are happening, your data differs. Represent different resource utilization. Understanding, friends? Any questions up to here? So I'm trying, I want to go and explain you in the JMeter what are these. Header manager is there, cache manager is there, cookie manager is there. So if you don't understand the protocol, if you don't understand the technologies for which you represent your script, you cannot understand these settings provided by JMeter. So many things are there in the script recorder also, you see. Port, these things you have understood. See, test plan creation, target controller and all. Request filtering is there, you see. What requests you want to filter? URL patterns to include, URL patterns to exclude. So you can put some domains here. So that things will not be added into your script. We will see in detail tomorrow these things. We can add the patterns. We can choose some patterns and we will add it. That it will not record. See, you have to do practicals and understand. If just listening will not work, you have to do some experiments, right? If you find time, you try to filter the patterns and see. So here we are having in the Chrome extension, we are having some settings in the advanced options. Okay. I have to explain you what are these redirects. With redirects, what happens? Without redirects, what happens? So here we can choose what to record. If you don't want to record cookies, you can disable this. If you don't want to make, see, everything is a request. Who is making this request? Browser. Cookies, of course, you will get it in HTML. Set cookie command will be there, in the a string will be there. It will add CSS, a file you have to download. JavaScript.js you have to download. Images, PNG, JPEG, those you have to download. And redirects, I will explain you redirects tomorrow and other things. What are the additional options here? Export ID locators. Okay. These are the only settings, right? Request to record. Okay. And user agent, current browser, or I can specify other agents. Okay. See, there are other Avanti browser agent, Vimage agent, Chrome agent. Different for different agents, different types. Edge agent, Firefox. It can represent. So different versions are there. Okay. See, so many are there. Microsoft Edge is there. uBrowser. So many. Okay. What are these? Clients. There are many clients. HTTP client 4 internally, JMeter uses HTTP client 4 version. Chrome uses different agent, its own agent. Edge uses its own agent. So those are all programs to parse the HTML content. Those are the programs. These browsers, user agents are the programs which understands the HTTP protocol and behaves accordingly. Okay, friends, any questions up to here before proceeding? What you have understood today? So I am trying to, today, I wanted to talk these topics. Anyhow, request headers, I have to show you this, but I have discussed about what are headers. Headers discussion I am doing. Okay. So, okay. Those are functionalities we have understood. Group settings, we have to have many request settings. Okay, these two clearly we will understand tomorrow. Okay, any more questions? Any question?
I have question when we like record and add that file and open that file in the JMeter. Can you
Yes.
go to the JMeter? So like my concern here is in the cookies and cache manager, what is like pre-added here, right? So like even if we record without cookie or with cookie, so do we need to define here, like add here something, because this you didn't cover this
Yes,
part, right? So
yes, you have to add. Now nothing is there because we are not controlling our activity using headers. If you add, all those headers will be applied to the requests. We can add these header, means what headers we have to send along with the request. So every request has to be sent first. Okay, I'll just show you. Wait.
And on what basis do we need to add that? We cannot add all the headers, right?
Yes. What activity you want to create? What is your data collection objective? What performance you want to measure?
Let's
Those
say the basic
questions
one,
will answer
log in and
this.
log out.
Okay, login and log out is okay. That is from the business point of view. When you do login and log out, along with that, you will be sending, your browser will send many requests. So it will send, when you start, it will send request headers, then request body, then response headers, then response body. So you are saying, I want to record only login, log out. Of course, this is from the business point of view. Your application is logging in and logging out. From the business, you know. But what is at the protocol level? What is happening? So your browser first send, before sending your login data, first it will send the requests, request header. So it will say, I am going to come, I am so and so user agent, I am so and so language expert. I can understand these languages. I can understand these compressions. I can understand these encodings. Right. So this is the header. It will go to the, so you will not see that, but browser is sending. You are using the browser. Next, you will get response headers. In the response, it will say, okay, I will accept your headers, all headers, or it will say, I will accept only this language. I can send only, I am sending this type of content. I am sending this type of images. So it will send one response header. Then if you both have some agreement, then request body will be sent. It can be a get method or post method or whatever it is. So for your request, a response body will come. This goes on, this goes, repeats. So on behalf of you, your browser is doing a lot of things. It is attaching cookies and sending. If any session IDs are there, it is attaching and sending. If any already some resources are there, it is not downloading. It is using some headers like if modified since header. A lot of things it does. But what was here, what we are doing here, we are planning to avoid, right? That's somewhere I have written. We are planning to avoid the client, right? What is the client process we want to avoid? Why we know? For that reasons, we have to understand all these things. Is my answer relevant to your question? So you asked, do we have to fill these values? Yes. It depends on what type of activity you want to create, because you have some objective of analyzing where your performance bottlenecks are present. So and another thing is you want to create a real user behavior. So a real user behavior is by the browser. So all you are missing with the browser, you have to represent. See the functionalities of the browser, because a real user uses agents like Chrome, Edge, or Firefox, or your Java applications, agent implementation, Java application, HTTP client implementations will be there. So real users uses this. But with JMeter, what we are doing, we are with JMeter, we are avoiding client process. Why, you know, right? To run more virtual users on a single machine. That is our requirement actually. For this requirement, oh, we have designed our JMeter like this, and we have given the facilities to implement what Chrome do, what Edge do, what Chrome will send the headers. Edge will send the headers. It will manage the cache. All this we have to represent. So to simulate the real user behavior, we need those managers. Got it?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. We'll continue tomorrow. Any questions? Any more questions? Because we have discussed many varied things today. Very important discussion. This will help you in understanding JMeter settings, functionalities that too related to HTTP only. If you ask me, yeah,
I have one question related to a real-time scenario that I'm using in my current project. Okay, so the scenario will be like I have to log in and then I have to render to the order creation page where I have to add the billing and shipping details and adding the product and the payment details, and I have to save that order. Okay.
Okay.
Here, I have observed, I have tried both the ways, like recording this through the HTTP recorder and through the Chrome extension. So
Okay.
from the Chrome extension, it works properly. But with the HTTP recorder, everything works except the order save functionality. Here, I mean, the order is when I click on the save button, then that order is just showing me in the loading format and not getting saved properly.